Well, hey, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Nearest stream. I'm Nearest, and tonight we're going to continue playing some Disco Elysium. Yeah, this game's wild. I'm really enjoying it so far. I don't feel like I'm very far. I feel like I'm slow walking this game like crazy. But you know what? That's okay. Wait. Oh, I guess I didn't save when I stopped. Or did I? I don't know. Let's load this most recent one, apparently, and see what it was at. Okay. So yeah, it is night one. Kim has gone to sleep. Yeah, I'm just kind of exploring. My intent was basically to go check the body again and steal the boots, but that's gonna contaminate the crime scene, so I don't think I'm gonna do that. Instead, I think I'm just gonna kind of noodle around town for a little bit and then go to bed myself.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's difficult to make out the outlines of the buildings below. Dark phantoms with many tiny eyes, chaotically arranged and not looking at you. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
So my interfacing is actually... Oh, wait. What? Tool not in hand. Hold on. I have tools. Let me put a tool in my hand then.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
What tool do I need?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face.
Surely the chain cutters will be what I need.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
No!
In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place.
Oh, wait, this is fixing the sink. Whoops. Alright, well, this is fine. This is good, this is good.
You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
I'll leave it alone for now.
The fan stands still.
Okay, that's bedtime. Let's sneak on out of here. Apparently onto the balcony.
The door is closed.
I'll be right back. My cat's doing things she shouldn't be doing. Cats, gotta love them. Alright, what do we got going on down here? Wait.
You see ahead.
Hello again, sweetie.
Let's go exploring. You know, it's probably too late to be harassing people at their homes, so I guess I won't do that. Oh, store's closed. Why am I not using my flashlight? Flashlight is best tool. Enormous bulls worthy of a real man. Oh, well, Joyce is still out. Alright. Yo.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
There's something about these
That's the man who
tattoos.
was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the
Better not
tattoos?
tie the fourth day to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Okay, actually, hold on. Before I continue this conversation, I'm going to go ahead and...
Glad to have been of assistance.
I had a thought the other day, which was basically, I should probably try and at least get these things learned. So, you know, just because they might give me good stuff later. So I might spend some skill points to learn these things. I could always use skill points later to remove them. So yeah, let's go ahead and unlock one of these. Yep. Let's get aces low, internalize that. So yeah, ace is low. The Insulindian Civil War was the first war to see the use of hybrid airships on both sides. But it was the coolest. For an entire decade, folded multi-rotor fighters got into dogfights above Revachol, Ozone, Semenine, and the Arcade Islands, spitting death at one another. They flew over sandy beaches and shot each other out of the azure sky, crashing into city blocks and setting island forests ablaze. The Ace's Low is a custom among revolutionary brigades, performed after multiple kills. Lieutenant Kitsuragi seems fond of it. Why? Alright.
You're back. Good. What can I... More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time.
Her eyes light up. There's a flash of teeth. What's big
The
time?
revolution.
She says. Ha! And what is this revolution I keep hearing about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Alright, who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
She likes the totality of it.
You could say they got totally shot in the head. Did the communists and anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
That's a lot of people. Truly a kerfuffle. That's a tragedy. It sounds like they should have shot more in the head then.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it.
I had a deluge too in my head. Point at your little head. Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Okay, smart king, cowardly king. I love that king, fucking communist. I don't care about kings. Tell me one more thing.
About head shooting?
She smiles. Who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
Okay, by liberals you mean... How do liberals win it all?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement.
Uh-oh, that sounds like another plot point that I need to unravel.
Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How'd they win?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended.
I see.
Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
Yep. If everyone got shot, who is there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Wait, you just said the liberals already took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Who are the coalition?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
Oh. Whoops.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
I don't think I'm a moralist, man. Not just technically, practically. For a moment, there was hope. If I'm always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yes, I am, and also not. Wow. Nice fourth wall break in their game.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work.
Rooty tooty, pointy shooty.
Oh my god, am I actually going to say that? Yeah.
That's the way of history.
Rudy tooty, pointy shooty.
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
What did the disease do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
No way.
Indeed. Zarat is a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
Alright.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about prions. Nobody did.
Alright, where did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
What came next?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
What is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
Everlasting interregnum. That doesn't...
The zone of control
mesh.
is
Anyhow.
the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
What happened to the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Thanks, Logic. Wait, you're saying it's been like this for 43 years?
Time flies.
What have you been doing all that time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. '08 to '19 was simply hell.
After
The
that?
30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
All that untaxed income must have fueled the new. That can only mean one thing.
So they discovered
Yes.
disco.
And quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are.
She curtsies.
Welcome to reality, baby.
Level
For
up.
her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
So which side was Wild Pines
They
on?
picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not.
Oh, apparently I got a sorry cop point at some point. Oopsie. Oh, I got a done task. Hold on. Oh, I guess my reality... Alright.
Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom.
You would have sided with the king?
I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company. Good question. What would you have done differently?
I asked you, who are you in all this? I would have sought a medical solution. Sounds like Zarath drove these people mad. I would have killed more 400 million if that's what it took. But to picture myself very precisely, I would have made it out with the mineral rights. I don't know what I would have done differently. I'm picking this one. I'm not sure which option it is.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago?
Hygiene, modest social care, and perhaps a little research program. Liquidate the rabid, poison-infested dogs who want to kill everyone with cleansing artillery fire. Hey, fashion and whatnot. With privatized healthcare and work ethic that does not turn your brain into sponge tissue. Okay, maybe that's impossible. There's only...
Good hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution to an extreme problem.
Whatever, I'll
It's
take my
those sort of
moralist
half
point. Fuck
measures
you.
that doomed the authorities in Grad. When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in. In this
Suppose there wasn't a
particular
communist
case,
option there.
maybe a more robust state response might have been appropriate. They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come.
Maybe.
Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
I want to know what you are. She hums. Oh, she's still humming. Whoops. What are you?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
Yeah, no shit.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
So I'm just reading this. Wait, what's an ultra? Mios Dio. Draw a cross. A liberal. Cool, I liberate pretty hard myself. I don't understand what's so vile about that.
Yes.
Give my
I am the
communist
nether
point.
creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists.
How dare you?
I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist, no? Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening? That's a pity. I hope we can remain collegial despite it. Remember, we were partners, whether you like to admit it or not. There's blood on many hands, I assure you. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
What would you have done differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
You're a patriot?
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here. Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
No, well, let's go even further beyond. What is reach for something fundamental?
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
I was about to say my... Oh, I guess my Inland Empire is a little higher than I thought it was. Ah, I have an item that gives me some stuff there. Yeah, I'm gonna continue saving my points for now, at least, just to... I'll upgrade if I need to pass a check later. Just to give myself a little bit better odds, but until then... Actually, I might buy one more slot here. That would give me 8. Maybe go for White Morning. Yeah, let's do that. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing, that's what.
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it, in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
I zoomed in, didn't I? Sure did. What is it?
Elysium.
Whoa, that's the name of the game. Anyhow, not quite. Elysium. The world needs a term for endearment. This world does not deserve such a term of endearment.
There are those who would call it hell.
What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
What? I don't feel like I've got the whole picture yet.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
That's too bad.
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
Inside sideways. What shape is this world
We
then?
used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revichol-Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big 3 scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
A dark gray corona?
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long
Wait,
time ago.
what? Oh my god, wait, what the hell are you telling me? The pale, and what do you mean by corona?
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be.
Her voice becomes homely, calm. She lets a moment pass. What do you mean by
They
corona?
say
All right.
there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness.
Okay.
I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
Fracture Corona doesn't feel like it's going to bring anyone together.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
If you say it's disco, it doesn't sound like any disco I'd like to go to. I don't care about disco. I only care about the commune. I know I get experience for this, but that's just such a stupid thing to say right here.
But you already have.
Wait, what?
And you're doing just fine. Despite the rubble.
Oh, okay. If you say so.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides.
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
What?
It is the opposite of reality.
Is it like the Fate in Dragon Age?
Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
That's an isla.
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7.
Okay.
Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde. An
Insulinde is
oceanic
what?
isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
Okay, what's the Pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
Is it here? Look around. What are its physical qualities? If we're surrounded by Pale, how do you get from Isla to Isla? How much Pale is there compared to the world? Let's return to reality, please. No, let's not.
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle
It's a big
of the
Isla.
Isla.
This is a big planet. Truck, yeah! Hey, Morg, what's up, dude?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. The Great Vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse.
Okay.
Imagine a grey coronal mist. Cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see. It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental
yeah.
property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
If we're surrounded by Pale, how do you get from Isla to Isla?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
I should ask Kim how his family got here. Yeah, we're learning about the Pale.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
Wait, is the Pale basically just like a terrestrial nebula? It's kind of what it sounds like right now.
Extensively.
Except instead of creating stars, it just like destroys everything.
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
Okay. What does over-radiation feel like? You don't want to know.
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger?
No, nameless detective of the Citizens Militia. I am a member of the Entreprenetic Business Class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
How do you train for radiation exposure?
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Yeah, that's true, that's true, that's true. Do lorry drivers pass the Pale?
Yes, carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
Hey, that's true, IRL.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she says.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
Alright. What's entreprenetic?
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What has entreprenetics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Oh, really? That's interesting. Oh yeah, little guy gets further and further away. I guess that makes sense. That there's a hint there. I like that Ace's low has no negative effect while I'm learning it. That's neat. Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
Cool.
Then they don't.
Oh boy.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
Yes. Yeah, that's why I got these ones. Because yeah, these two are basically just experience dumps. Hobocop is for money. These ones, this one has no downside, so I'm just leaving it on. That one's actually pretty good. That one gives you all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Oh wait, this one gives me no downside either. Oxygen is boring. Cool.
The pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Slipping how? To our detriment, or...
What do you think, Detective?
She looks you in the eye. It's growing. There's more and more of the pale. Oh, wait, hold on.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate.
Yeah, I agree. Because my build is basically, I can't talk to people. How talk? Which, I figure at some point I'm going to have to start dumping into these. But at some point is maybe soon. I mean, I could just dump everything into visual calculus and get lost in the world. That's right. I become absorbed in the mind diorama, but crooks will steal my pants. Get out of here, Ryuji. Don't steal my pants, damn it.
An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
It's not extreme at all. It's gonna happen. Cover everything. That can't be. Where would we go? Stay silent.
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find
Wait a
handy
minute.
ways to ignore or downplay that
This
knowledge.
argument sounds familiar. Let's move
I
on.
suggest you do the same. Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
Yeah, that would be a brave soul to undress Harry. I mean, when's the last time he bathed? What is that sticky smell? What is that smelly feeling? Oh, I don't like this anymore. Time to get out of here. Nothing, just alcohol fumes and blackout. Sometimes sense vague shadows of the past, and it's not good. I'm getting a sense of who I am, but no, I didn't know this.
Beyond curious.
Whoa.
Tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
It's terrifying. You're right, it's disco. It'll end all life. That we continue to persist at all is a testament to our faith in one another. Its advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. That'll give me an experience point, but I don't care. That's a stupid answer. Powerful anti-communist force, perhaps too powerful, but still they have it coming. Stupid answer and fascist. Fuck that noise. I'm worried. I have to say, it doesn't sound very liberal to me. I don't know how you all survived with it. It's a huge compliment. Who am I to think anything of it? Thanks, moralism. Her eyes tense. Crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you, your bloodshot eyes and swollen face.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
I'll handle it. It's under control. This investigation will be my masterpiece. The only one that they'll remember me by, I promise. Yes, I'm in serious trouble here. It'll be a fucking disaster, I know. All these people will die.
I hope so.
Yeah, superstar cop, I don't care.
Do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
Oh, I didn't get a superstar point for that, lame.
You have me. I will assist
Wait,
you
what?
in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Sounds good.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? More lessons in basic reality? A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Wow.
Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea.
Yeah, she hasn't told me about the gang tattoos yet. She's like, no, you need to finish an investigation first. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. Are you saying I'm ruined?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah, This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two.
She looks around. What is Rue de Saint-Ghislain?
A pre-revolutionary
33A.
tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After, les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old.
She looks up at the crumbling facade.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off. Splat, splat.
Oh, hey, Cindy the Skull, what up? From a dilapidated balcony, a young girl in odd clothes gives Joyce the evil eye, a red paintbrush held to her throat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful.
What is
The
that?
girl in the old lady rags.
Yes.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infraculture?
Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags.
Oh, she's a hipster.
She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
I understand everything. Make it more complicated somehow. Okay, now explain the same thing, but to a child.
I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Cattle has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead.
Yep.
All right. What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
And what would that be?
I don't know. I just feel it.
Ah, yes. That is what counts, I suppose. For my part, I was more of a new girl.
Okay, we talked about the new already, I think.
The new. A cultural era.
Yeah.
And the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary Revachol. It was ultra-liberal. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now.
She raises an eyebrow at you. Sounds fun. I can't remember a single thing. Champagne, that doesn't sound like anything I'd be into. I'm a straight edge, lol. Got it. Let's.
Wasn't it Guillaume le Million who said, if you can remember the new, you weren't there?
Ah, I was there then. Yay. Wait, Guillaume le Mignon. I was just thinking about that guy. Whatever happened to him? Got it. Let's take it back to...
Ah, yes.
We already know he
This is
died
not
in
very
an
central to
autoerotic
reality, is it?
asphyxiation accident.
I can't be 100% sure, but I believe he died due to complications from venereal disease. You can't get a venereal disease from that, can you? All of them.
Oh, okay. So you say he didn't vanish in a puff
I'm
of
afraid
stardust.
no. But then again, one can't be entirely sure. It's all part of his mystique. Ask someone else and you may get a more champagne-colored take.
Lame.
Anyway, what other basic facets of reality should we discuss?
That's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know, that's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
Oh. Why? How is he looking at the photo tied to the lynching?
Better not tie the fourth day to the Bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
Yeah, so I need to clear the lynching question before I can get her to look at the tattoos.
On the contrary, officer, there are yet communers you have not talked to. And
How do
I'm
you
not
know?
so
Are you following me
surprised.
around?
In a time like this, it would be strange if Wild Pines didn't have eyes on the harbor.
They
Oh.
must have someone in an overlook position near the gates.
Alright, I'm gonna go find him and bug him.
I suggest you go back and canvass for more suspects.
Fine. Alright, so it's 11 o'clock. I should probably go to sleep. I'll worry about old Cindy here. Right now.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
Girl stares at the sailboat by the pier. What's her name, miss? You seem to have be engaged in illegal activity. You're pretty cool. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Start with blood type and go from there.
Will you look at that? He's not just a pig, he's also a dog. Ain't got no bones for you, doggy.
Despite the sass, she puts a brush aside and turns to you.
A brush, an artist. The red splatter is urban expressionism.
Keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief.
She turns her head to the face of the coast, nods disdainfully toward Joyce, performing maintenance on her boat.
Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish
still
features.
hurts. Like, I think it would probably be fine to do controller-based games, but I just like certain motions on the thumb. It's like, ow, that hurt a lot. So yeah, we'll probably get back to it early next week, I think. So hey, Silent, how's it going?
The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
Yeah, I've been looking at it. It doesn't look like it's inflamed or like necrotic or anything weird like that. 100-person reservation at work. Woo, that's a big one. Must have been an event. Well, hopefully they tipped well. Ah, there you go.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Oh. Well, still. Oh, wow. Right on. That's awesome.
On a first name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world.
Well, the negativity, yeah, I don't like her either.
Have you got a crush on her?
Well, she is pretty
Aching
disco.
for an opportunity to defend her honor?
I know anything about the
I
recent
ain't no
murder.
snitch, Pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
So you won't talk about the murder, but maybe tell me something about the murder victim's missing armor.
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
Hey, free pizza. Woo!
Ugh, alright. Sad piggy. I'll
Ooh, I gotta
give
be
you
the sad
this
cop.
one. I saw a little
mind.
girl in the fishing village running around with military grade handwear. Looked cute as hell.
Thanks, Indy.
If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time.
Got it.
Piggy, I have no idea why I just told you that. You look like a shaggy dog left in the rain for too long. I have a weakness for animals.
Huh. I didn't get any sorry cop points there, so that's interesting. What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit.
How would you know? People haven't made it to orbit yet.
I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
Oh. That sounds like quite the smell you have to deal with. Ooh, clams and cream cheese. Yup. Yup. She studies the wall, suddenly pensive. So you don't know what to write. Why are you committed to defacing buildings? I have an opinion on this. Want to hear it?
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cats. And my name's not Mona, so... This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
I have an opinion on this. Want
Yeah?
to hear it? I like public art. Keep doing what you're doing. Don't mind me. I'm gonna have to stop you. This is hooliganism. Actually, I don't have an opinion. I lied.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM
I don't
stamp of
know. This is an
approval.
official stamp of approval, but
She means the opposite.
see you later, Cindy.
Watch your back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Yeah. Yeah. What's that? Curtain sift just a little. Someone was watching from within. Did I just leveled up? Nice. Wait, they're still here? Go to bed, kids. I'm going to bed. Night, everybody. Okay, 3 points. I have not gotten the boots, no. So basically, I went to go get them, and they're like, if you do this, it will screw up the autopsy. So I was like, maybe I should do the autopsy first and then grab them later. Because that way I'm not messing up the investigation. Nope. Now we close the door. And if I don't get him on this playthrough, so be it. No, I already did that. Go slap.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Yeah, whose fault is it that the bed looks uninviting, Harry?
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Nap time.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your
Exactly.
skin.
Chaotic neutral.
The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. then sleep and then sleep doesn't come.
But I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Boo.
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Let's check the
Its
pillow.
synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly.
Nah, that's just me.
Smells of alcohol and sweat.
Yep,
And grease.
just me.
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. A bit tense in the muscles. Relax. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Who killed him? Who?
Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
Nap
Your
time.
breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
What now? What happens if I go into the pail? Oh, I can't. What if it's me hanging from the tree in my dream? Oh my god, how did that happen? He's hanging from a disco ball.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
What is this?
What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question.
I remember nothing. I was born in a hospital where people normally go to die.
You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
I'm not telling me anything until you tell me who you are.
You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
I don't know if I left or I was left. I wish I could look at my truth bullets right now to find out, but I can't.
Oh no, Funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left.
I think I do
Or
know.
you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
What is Elysium? Haven't seen you before. I can come back from this.
Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4 1.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up. You're not coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
Trying to solve this case. My mind is tired and broken. Help.
No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy. Your mind is what now? I can't hear you. The rest is just a word dream. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
God, there's another type? What? No!
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Whose side are you on, limbic system?
Good going, buddy.
Oh my god, what the hell was that? It's had the most beautiful dream, uplifting, rejuvenating. Is that how it's going to be when I close my eyes?
Really? Because you feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What the hell's going on with me?
Why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Why is this happening? No, that's not it, really. I feel super good.
That's not really true. Your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now.
Oh no, I need to
Waking
go
up
get
is
some
the worst
meth.
part.
Damn it.
Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline.
Wait, what is speed? I need to get more of it then. Detecting is my life. No, I can take this. I'm not going to go looking for speed.
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? It's power, man. It's professionalism.
Can I even
It makes you feel
opt
like
out?
you're young again and ready to detect. Ready to go to war against the world. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
Okay, let's opt in.
Fast recovery, man. Quick turnaround. Super detective back in action.
Find the armor gloves. Okay, we need to find the fishing village down the coast. See if she knows anything about that. Hangover's coming on mega strong now. You need to more speed in your bloodstream. Find some pills, put it in your hand, and equip the health slot in your inventory. Okay. Let's go find some bottles. Alright, Silent, have a good night. Wait, hold on, that's new. Anyhow, have a good night.
Morning.
He gives you a quick nod.
Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
Why do we need to talk to them? What do you mean, rowdy? Are these the men Gart told us about yesterday?
Everything points to the Dock Workers Union. The belt used for hanging him, tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information. Which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
Oh, wow. There are a lot of them. Maybe we should call in
That would
reinforcements.
just escalate tensions.
Oh, okay,
No
fine.
captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Alright, I think I am going to zoom by to inspect the body and then come back in here and talk to these guys.
Just a moment.
The old woman turns back to the cafeteria manager.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
Good day, ma'am. Everything all right? Sorry, ma'am. Didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Telling you how I might make it up to you. You seem busy. I'll come back later.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working.
Time to fix the phone. I have high tinkering skills.
The Union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
She sighs. Wait, what's wrong with the phone line? Why'd you need to use the phone anyway?
The manager was vague about it.
She frowns.
Why would he be
Interfacing,
vague
that's what it
about
is.
phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
She looks down. Okay, I'll bite. Has your husband gone missing before? This sounds more like a side thing. I need to take care of my main thing. No, fuck that noise.
That's just it.
Side quests. Always
This
side
isn't
quests.
like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. You have more important things to worry about.
She glances out the window toward the bay.
More important than a missing expedition? I don't know. Expeditions often lead to something interesting.
What is this expedition your husband is on? So your husband is some kind of scientist? Tell me more about Morel. Looks character relationship.
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an
Yeah, that's true.
extremely rare species of insect.
Looking for cryptids.
But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
Who's Gary?
Sweetie, it's nothing like that.
She smiles. Is Gary a dog or something?
Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
Okay. Are they in a rough neighborhood?
There's a nameless old fishing village nearby,
Hey.
but we've never had any trouble there before. There is a lot of crime around here, isn't there?
I now have 2 reasons to go to the fishing village.
I can't say it's the best part of town, but I wouldn't worry too much about a pair of grown men traveling together.
Some fringe science is exactly what's needed right now. Spice up that vanilla murder investigation.
Word.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but...
It's just a little side thing. We'll do it down the line. I've already given my word. Honor bound to uphold it. Got a premonition that this missing scientist is connected to our main case. I think it'd be good to take a break from the hangman for a little while. It's just police work.
A sigh. He takes off his glasses and wipes the lenses
He does
on
not
his
approve.
jacket before replacing them.
Well, the man's already been dead more than a week. I suppose a small diversion won't hurt too much.
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel. Oh my. What happened to the water lock?
I don't know. I just now learned that it's broken.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful.
Oh, wait,
to
hold
both
on.
of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
Oh, okay, well, that solved that, I
You're
guess.
welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
Sure.
The quest for knowledge is never over.
Yeah.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here. When or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
So, your husband is some kind of scientist?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
What is
It's
cryptozoology?
a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
Lieutenant sounds unimpressed.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
That's a very diplomatic
She's
response.
used to playing off such insults
Yep.
casually, but they still affect her.
Yep.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
Oh, you did it again, Kim. What the hell, man?
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
What's my favorite cryptid?
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has
I don't
been
know.
on the decline.
I think I'd be a
But
bad
you doubt there was
Washingtonian if I
ever a
didn't say
time
Bigfoot.
when
So I guess I'll say that.
cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite.
Oh, my suggestion's too low. Wait, hold on. Can I change some equipment to make it work? Nah, probably not. Tell me more about this rare insect your husband's looking for.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear about the insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
Ah yes, Phasmatodea, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially.
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast.
Okay.
Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
She looks you in the eye and nods thoughtfully.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
Don't sound too disappointed, Kim.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
Oh, really? What is my drama score? My drama score's pretty good. I think I failed that check, though. Or he out-authority'd me. Oh, you can actually get negative. Alright, that's good to know. Anyhow. It was authority. My authority doesn't exist. Authority checks don't exist.
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
So, in this case, paper clipping is all the evidence you
Of
have.
course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
It's like in Men in Black where, like, Kay was like, oh yeah, we have to look at the most reliable sources of information. He, like, pulls out all the tabloids. That's what that reminds me of.
Enthusiasm wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkled behind her glasses.
You seem really excited about this
I
cryptid.
suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses.
Is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Because it's an ambush predator? Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries, even.
Okay, so what's so special about the stick bug
Oh,
then?
dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
The woman's face flushes with embarrassment.
Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
Tell me more about Moral. Looks, character, your
Oh,
relationship.
dear. I'm not sure where to begin.
What does he look like? So I know when I
Well,
run into him.
His expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
Alright, if I were to meet him on the street, what do I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame. And he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him. even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
How long have you been
We'll
married?
be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How'd you meet?
By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say.
Hey,
I
everybody
was
does
looking
online
to
dating
get
now.
back into the scene after recovering from my accident. And he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She smiles wistfully.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful.
That's all for now. Alright, I was supposed to ask Guard about something.
Can I help you?
Never mind. It's gonna coolly move out. Oh, yeah, the phone. Hold on.
Can I help you?
That is not an option. I wonder if it's not an option because... try 4, you said? Okay.
Can I help you? Another thing.
Oh.
Great. I love those.
Thank you. I kind of thought about that. I'm like, it would have been red or something.
Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
It's pretty
It's not
strange.
strange, it's inconvenient.
Oh.
Who told you that?
Lena, I would never disclose my sources. That would be dishonorable. Doesn't matter. I just want to know who you suspect.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers.
Again, I have pretty good interfacing skills. Maybe I can fix it.
If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know, so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time. Who told you that? Fine, yeah. If you do find out who cut the... Yes?
Let's see if the cook has anything more to say.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Okay, let's do the autopsy real quick. Or maybe not quick at all. At any rate, let's do the autopsy. Although... never mind. How do I get up there? I must know how to get to the roof. I was kind of curious about that before. I'm gonna find that out real quick right now. Clock's not moving, so we're good.
The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance.
Yeah, I think that must be how it is, because there's no other exit out here. Oh, hold on. What's this, then? Oh, I probably shouldn't have let King come in my room. It's gonna judge me so hard right now.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor. Where unidentifiable sludge makes it hard for him to breathe. Smells of vomit in here.
This is where the
And by
magic
that you mean
happens.
crimes against humanity?
Well, crimes against myself, anyway. I defied bourgeoisie immortality in here. Defied it hard. This is an expression of me, my individualism. No, I meant disco. Never mind.
I have no idea what that means.
He longingly looks toward the exit. Hey, Kim, let's go into your room because it's not trashed yet. Hello? No ceremonies, just hello.
Yes? Hello?
Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
Oh, yeah, okay.
If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working
It is a little
class
early
woman
for-
needs something to read.
If she's a 9 to 5er, you know, she could be on her way to work. Good, good.
It is.
I'm a
I know you are.
policeman.
Mm-hmm.
She reverts her attention to the soggy books on the stand. Do you need the help of a
What
policeman?
with?
She tries hard to focus on the book stand.
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing. Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking. Another comrade. Years of labor are pressing down on her shoulders. She deserves a hug for all the work she's done for mankind. You step in and close your arms around this foreign body, wandering astray in touch.
Alright, what kind of damage
There's
am I
a
going to take
small
here?
movement beneath your hands as you shut your eyes. Then a tiny voice breaks out and asks.
What is happening?
You look like you needed a hug.
She seems to be confused. Your hands are wrapped around her polyester coat. The fabric feels cold, moist from the sea nearby. She steps back and returns her attention to books. Pretend the woman before you nods and returns to her reading.
Oh, I got an honor point. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh no, I got a boring cop point. Lame. And an ultra liberal point. Oh no. Yeah, I should probably get a map at some point. So, whenever I click on my something or other, this one, and I'm like, I want a map. Acquire a copy of the city map from RCM. I assume that I can get that somehow. Go inside. Oh, thank you. I haven't done that yet. Let's go inside. Body can wait. I figured the police would just be like, oh, hey, it's day 2. Go get a fucking map, you scrub. All sports magazines tucked away in a dark corner. National recipes of Arda. They're all about lake trout. What's behind this magic curtain? Tell me more. My flashlight cannot penetrate. Another boring book, just discarded here.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
How does that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place. The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying.
That looks like a map.
Several maps have been attached
Hey.
to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinaise. This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another, far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme,
What else?
Ozon, Laurentide, Fas à la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white.
You've never tried Hobocop?
Disintegrating
What?
into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you.
Squint first. Can you see cities on the islands?
You can on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star on Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu on Archipelagos.
Oh, I see.
Croyan Moran, Villiers, on Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Mwindi is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. 850 million people live on these tiny dots. An oceanic world of culture and commerce, torn apart by history. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Rivershell East.
And the west of the river?
Huron. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forburg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst.
And Martinez?
It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. North of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Rivershell Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them.
That she's probably
They're
right.
quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Oh, why is the one of Martinez so cheap? You seem to underestimate my resources, but sure, okay.
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
I mean, I could steal it. What happens if I fail?
You peek at the storekeep, waiting for her to be distracted. When she's not looking, you deftly rip the map off the bulletin board and pocket it. You're now the proud owner of a map of Martinez, which, to be honest, did not even cost that much.
I'm not going to open it in here because that would be rude.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names,
Oh, really?
none of which ring a bell.
That's like buying the house in Final Fantasy VII. It's like, congratulations, you had 300,000 gil for some reason. Now you have a house. You have a free inn. But inns only cost like 100 gil, so, you know, good job. Stay in this house 3,000 times to make it worthwhile.
Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant.
Look at that face right there.
It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook.
Oh?
High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other. Next to that, Riversholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
It's a tome of fascist magic. Rather candid. Giant picture book brochure. Very colorful. I'll go talk to her now, I guess. Not. I'm going to talk to that thing.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
It's behind the curtains.
Now, please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books?
I was looking at the books and you
care
yelled at
about.
me. Now I'm looking at your curtains.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more.
You know, I'm glad I stole this map.
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges. Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminide Islands down south.
What do we burn with witches? More witches.
Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before...
Alright. I have a feeling we're going to need to go back there at some point.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
What floats
My
on
name is Plaisance.
water? Castles.
Be welcome, and please take responsibility
Little
for
tiny
the energy
rocks.
you bring into this space.
What? Before we go on, you seem to be well off enough. Can you give me some money? I feel like there won't be an opportune moment later. I don't need money. I'm the hobo cop.
Proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
What if I want to buy a book?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go.
She's trying to
Get back
cast
there.
a spell on
Books
me.
await you. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
The girl outside mentioned this place is cursed.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her.
Oh, damn
This
it.
place is not cursed.
What have I
It
done?
has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yeah?
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yeah.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
I'm not going to grade a human being. I don't do that. 1, not impressed. 5, felt some interest. 10, she's certainly very polite and helpful. I'm going to throw her a bone here.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have
He
children,
lied.
I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
The way you're handling her strikes me as wrong, and that's quite a trooper. She's a great value add. I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor. She's a trooper, all right. Looks like she can take it, but it's actually wearing her down. You know, she's been biting her nails.
God. Ugh. I've told her
No,
not to do
I
that.
ruined it.
It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. Anxiety is a part of life.
I don't think she can do anything about it.
She can if she has enough willpower.
Uh-oh.
This is what's
I'm
called
making it worse.
growing
I should stop
pains.
talking.
Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing
Yeah,
an
go, Kim,
unnecessary
go.
burden on a young child.
Yeah, exactly. He's immune to everything, except for himself. What you're doing is wrong, even I know that, and I don't usually know anything. That is true. And obviously the will of the market, but maybe make an exception for your daughter. That's actually super alright for kids to chew their hands off. Forget I said anything.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change.
Get out of my shop!
She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there. There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
Did I help her though? I'm gonna have to talk to her again once I'm done here, just to make sure that she's not gonna get like beat or something, because I interceded on her behalf.
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
Grand Couronne is one of the suburbs that doesn't suck.
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighborhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects.
Yes, I know things.
Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
It's also involved
He
with the
made the
bookstore.
initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Super silent, almost inaudibly so.
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
Why not?
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father, so I don't expect you to understand.
Well, he might be. Or might have been.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand. She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course.
Pleasance nods.
I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into. The woman looks aloof. Her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Oh, did my guilt trip work? Alright. Go team. Oh, wait, she was inside. Oh, God. Go in. Hey, kid, you doing okay?
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
But you don't go to school. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away.
What is it?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out.
Dick
Not
Mullen's
me.
hat.
The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
She gives you the hat, almost exactly like the one Dick Mullen wears on the covers. Where'd you get it?
Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there.
It's a fedora.
Maybe. It's the hat Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that.
Ooh, will this increase my authority?
Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Before Mum notices.
Hey, Kim, trust me.
Man, this is hard.
Alright. See you later, dude. Alright, so we got some hats. +1 encyclopedia. What do I have right now? I have plus reaction speed, minus rhetoric. Esprit de corps, that's suggesting. Electrochemistry. I'm going to keep this one on for now just because it gives interfacing. I'm gonna try and find the telephone line to fix that. Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, encyclopedia makes sense too. But I mean, if he's like the super detective, it seems like it would give, yeah, either authority or esprit de corps. Okay. All right, guys. I've been going for a couple hours now. You're gonna go ahead and take a quick break, and then we'll do the autopsy. Oh, autosave. So yeah, checking on stuff. Almost at Ace's low. That's neat. Maybe I should just have a stupid conversation with like this box or something. I'm gonna do that actually real quick.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Main hall building.
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Fuck off, pig! I'm Kuno. I don't give a shit. Let me in. Plus, since it's me, please open the door. Try to get in. This is police. Please open the door. Sorry, I was just trying random doorbells. Don't have anything important.
Pardon? This is not Kuno. Who is this? Please just stop calling here. I don't have time to deal with this. Thank you.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead. You hear the same waiting room music, but no one picks up the receiver anymore. You ring the doorbell, but no one answers. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair.
Ooh, boxing for young athletes.
All you hear is static, but no one answers the call.
Boo.
You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens.
Emma's Fashion Atelier.
You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call.
Ah, yeah, it is a pretty
Aces
busy
low.
place.
For the rest of the world, the Aces Low is just some cool Revachol thing, politically neutral. In Revachol, it still
Ace
holds
Low.
revolutionary connotations. Also, have you looked at Lieutenant Kitsuragi's clothes? He wears a bomber jacket, just like the ones worn by aerostatic brigades. And those cargo pants look like they could fit tools for hot fixing your burning aerostatic. You should ask him about this.
Okay, cool. So that gives me more empathy toward Kitsuragi and esprit de corps. Just positive and nothing else. Perfect. Alright, we'll move on with that in a few minutes. I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break, guys. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Alright. Okay. Looking at a body time. Oh, hey. What's this? Which winch mechanism has been running for some time. Okay, what's going on here?
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
Cat, cat, cat. Come on. Down here. Come join me. Ah. She's like tangled up in my cord right now, and like I can't move my head any higher than this. So that's fun. What is
It's
this?
nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
Cat. There.
Glad you asked. When junior researcher Olari Tal invented Eternite in the Vartna Polytechnic Institute some 30-odd years ago, he thought it would last forever. Hence the name, Eternite. Sadly, the only lasting thing turned out to be the material's highly carcinogenic effect. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
Plop.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
What? Hi. Oh, sit on that again. Alright. Magnesium supplement to rub on your chest. To live a happy little magnesium-rich life. Cured pig's head, it looks mummified. Silver plate with traces of bone yellow powder.
Amphetamine. Sweet
Hey, speed!
amphetamine. Maybe this Kuno kid knows where to find more. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you. There's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Someone has taken narcotics here. Perhaps the police should interfere. I was thinking about taking it, I swear. I wasn't thinking about it. I was thinking about justice. I heard amphetamines make you a really good detective. Are you a really good detective?
No, I'm just a regular detective, thank you very much. Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However...
Points to the ladder in the corner.
See that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Nice. Get out of the way or get fucked up. Oh yeah, I have a map now. I should probably look at it. Okay, let's see. I have made it this far. So there's all this other stuff over here too. Cool. There's a big cube of something. Why is there a big cube of something? I guess that's the cube of trucks. Yeah. Oh, look at that sick-ass jacket. I want it. Stairway's gonna collapse soon. Restoration pillars keep the ruins together. Funny. What's this? This postcard depicts an ill-advised residential overlook, or area overlooking the Jamrock corner. 13-story buildings line the hillside like sarcophagi, an ominous fog already rising from behind. Still the last boom years. In 39, the project fails catastrophically, leaving behind an opiate and hepatitis B infested slum. Hold on, where's the phone line? Oh, I can sneak into the docks from here. I think the game already told me that, but... I mean... kinda useful. Oh no, I didn't actually mean to go down there. Hold on. I'm trying the jacket. Afraid you're gonna fall off.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. When the wind ruffles the cloak, you can most definitely see a white rectangle on its back.
You son of a gun. It's a cop's cloak.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment.
He judges the drop.
You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I can make it.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. That machine is a Kvalsund 1020 HK.
Kvalsund 1020 HK. Motherfucker. Now that's a huge crane. It's just a machine, Lieutenant. Like a giant hammer or a pair of pliers. Nothing to see here.
Is it? Kvalsund makes a lot of heavy equipment, but this is phenomenal, even for them.
Trust me, I'm a tinkering god.
But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
Looks at the sad piece of fabric flapping in the wind.
I was under the impression we are on our way to meet the king of this castle under siege, Evrard, one of the people we're interviewing. This way we may be able to get around his henchmen. Or it could be that we are just exploring.
He looks around, wind rustling his hair. He knows!
The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it?
He looks over the ledge at the cold pavement below.
Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 meter stops. Whenever you're ready to do it, I'll be right behind you.
I mean, it seems like you could just kind of climb over the ledge, grip it, and then drop down.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what its pockets may hide?
Yeah, something's hobbling. It's probably pants. I could take off my pants and my boots. So yeah, now my Soir fare is 4.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught.
I wonder if I have anything that can increase it.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope, no, that's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast, you're a boxer, and you've climbed way too high up there.
Holy wow, that's high. Doesn't seem dangerous. The Lieutenant must be crazy to suggest that. This is certain death. Vertigo almost pushes you over the edge. Wait, what?
You could have died there. Shit, 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 shit. I'm failing you. This wasn't part of our deal.
Hey, hey! What happened?
Sounds genuinely worried.
I understand. We can always come back when you are feeling better. It's just a cloak after all.
How important is it that I get that cloak? Wonder if my badge is in there. It's not block critical. Okay. Oh, what? Oh, what? Oh, I see. Okay. I am gonna go buy some morale. Wait, I can do the glowing ones if the mood strikes. What are the glowing ones? Like these ones? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. That's... yeah. I'm still gonna go buy some morale healing items. 17 money. Okay.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here.
Oh wait, did I buy out her stock?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister pack. The tear machine stands in the corner.
I don't have any bottles. The game's been stingy lately. I think I picked everything up and now it's just like, sorry, the map hasn't regenerated yet. Yeah, as far as the white checks, I think those are just the ones that I haven't tried. I haven't been able to get inside Cindy's house. The tenements over here. There's like an old woman who has been cleaning, and she's like, "No, I'm not letting strangers in." And yeah, I haven't had the option of trying to be like, "Oh yeah, why don't you let me in anyways?" So I'll get there eventually. Not super concerned about it right now. That's true. That's true. Harry's a strange dude. Oh, hold up. I can't do that one again. Why didn't I do that one? You know what? While I'm over here, I might talk to the Pale Rider again. Or Pale Trucker, whatever.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the
Oh,
sea.
because I heard the
It
Crater
looks
story
as
from
if
Renee.
It's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
Let's see if I get XCOM'd.
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
In what way?
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy during the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
How did he manage to blow through the entire national treasury? Blow through the entire national treasury.
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices.
Is this Mad King Ludwig? I think it might be.
He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
I would like to sleep on Gold Hustler style. The king is the king, and he can do anything. Wait, really? There's no way that's true. The deplorable farce. No wonder everything went to shit.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
The what now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay.
Alright, so this just told me where it is, but now it's like, oh, where's he buried now?
Cocaine.
This is a lot to
His
process.
Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms. Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
What happened to the statue?
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
Who restored the monument?
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city.
Ha ha ha. Alright, fair enough, dollar marks.
The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time. A rare
Also,
butterfly
welcome.
trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
So brilliant, it's so funny and nihilistic. It's a really bad idea. I really don't get art.
People in Martinaise tend to agree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Those critics might have it wrong, though. There's more to it than just ironism, but you can't say what precisely. Perhaps this art mystery will be solved at a later time. Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death.
What you doing over there? Sorry, the cat's being silly. She sit on my lap and was crawling off awkwardly. Sorry, I'm talking about you. Now you're gonna go sit on that backpack, huh? Alright, have fun.
Not that he ever did in life either.
What skills am I focused on? That's a good question. So I picked the archetype that was good at intellect and mortaristics. So that, I guess. I haven't really started spending anything in any of the actual skills yet. I'm kind of hoarding it, and I'm planning on using my skills for checks. Yeah, I just figured that being smart and agile would be useful. But now that I actually have to talk to people, I'm like, maybe I should have put a little bit more into this stuff. Into Psyche. But, I don't know. It is kind of nice to be like, oh look, a computer, let me touch, or like a machine, let me like examine it, and oh, I know how it works, this is all good. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been seeing too. It's that, even though I am a bit lopsided, it's probably good to be lopsided rather than kind of trying to be good at everything. Let's see. Well, I'm here.
The woman is still hunched over the railing, her head swaying to the music, her eyes looking at nothing in particular.
Huh? What is it? What do you want?
I think I know what's going on with you.
And what is that?
She sticks a filterless cigarette into a cigarette holder and reaches for the light. You're a pail driver. You transport goods through the pail.
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the pail, and now he's talking to everyone about it.
You weren't there when I was talking to her about it.
Fine then. Just try not to black out again, and don't contemplate. We don't have time for that.
Shut up, Kim.
It's death, but for the universe, oh, we're contemplating the living shit out of this.
Oh, I'm contemplating, Kim. I'm drawing existential conclusions from that. Yeah, no, just for detective work. That's all I need it for now. Or now. Everything is related to the pail, my condition, the case, everything. It's all intrapenetic.
Exactly what I didn't want you to do. Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work in pail transport.
No offense. But your partner?
She lights the cigarette. A white and silver cloud of smoke disappears into her mouth.
Seems like a bit of an idiot.
Wait, which one's your partner? I think she means me. Yep, I'm an idiot. I blacked out after a night of heavy drinking and lost all memory of the world. I blacked out from sheer heartbreak and lost all the memory of the world. I'm not an idiot. I'm a detective of the RCM. Don't say I'm an idiot.
Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Pergunte a Poeira. You're the opposite of me, then. I remember everything. Even things I never knew.
Things you never knew?
The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park. The roses on the day of
That's
Franco
true,
Nero's
Dollar.
coronation.
That's
the
true.
grand stairs of Ryle. The smoke from the fowling piece when Dolores Day was shot. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had a father, and I never shot her innocent Dolores Day. Heroic doses, Harifia. Heroic. Thought
Isn't that dangerous?
insertion? Dithering? The Grad Catala Magistral? It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now, when you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this,
She gestures at the square, the broken horse monument, the clanging of machines in the distance.
what are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor.
What does it look like, the Pale?
Like looking into the ocean at night, in the dark.
And?
You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined.
How does it feel?
Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange.
I am a drunken hobo cop, damn it.
The orange
I'm gonna fumble
through the
around
lights
anyways,
and
even
the
if you give me
color of the
advice.
trees and the electric
And then
light.
you're gonna be frustrated.
It
Ha ha
smells
ha
like
ha.
autumn too. It smells terrible.
How do you pass through it?
In the belly of an airship, behind the stair windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it. No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
She points up to the machines, clumped up like toys.
The wheels all small and round, multi-axle trailers.
One last thing, you said we can just become vapor?
Yes.
Cool.
No elaboration.
I'd rather have what I have than what you have. I'd rather have what you have than I have. I feel I already have what you have in some way.
They say there is a point. One that I have not crossed. In the Pale, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction.
Exactly. I'm actually kind of planning on playing through this more than once because
It's a point you cannot come back from.
I figured that there's
Your mind
probably
becomes
multiple
so
endings
radiant with the past,
depending on
there
which
is a fear.
ideology you follow.
Instead of writing, it erases memory,
I'll come back to
nearing
that in a
some
minute.
kind of indescribable finale.
So like, yeah, I've been leaning communist so far in this run, but I imagine if I'm just like hyper-fascist or ultra-liberal or moralist or something like that, the game will kind of turn out differently. So we'll see. We'll see about that.
Maybe you've been down the motorway south.
She looks at her cigarette. It's almost out. She's swallowed it hungrily. Then at you. The motorway south?
It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Tarife, not Pale drivers. Way beyond the established Pale that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent. And dark, and the process begins. Erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from.
What's at the end of the motorway south?
No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning. I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. A child growing on the leg.
Ma'am?
Josiane.
A sigh escapes her lips, then silence. She stares within herself.
She is receding in the clutches of some indescribable scattered emotion. A child descending.
You've fried both your brains enough for today, detective.
He inspects her. No response.
Let's get some air. This one's far gone.
He shakes his head silently and turns to leave. Fine. The motorway south. Oh no, not more negative visual calculus, lame. Alright, at the end of the map, the landmass begins to disintegrate into pure trigonometry. The ocean melts, becoming a tangle of sines and cosines. The mountain range turns into a sharp-angled azimuth. Its green rain shadow dithers like music turning into a waveform, and then vanishes. This is the end. A half-remembered textbook from your childhood. The porch collapsing on the edge of Anisala. A transition from reality to the Pale. A single vector shoots out like a rocket. It's the motorway south. Splintering off from the known Pale. To where? Where does it go? So this may come as a shock, but I'm not actually a superstar cop communist. I'm just going superstar because I thought it'd be fun. And it kind of has been so far. Alright, let's do that thing I said I was going to do, you know, 45 minutes ago. And ask Kuno where he got the meth.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Hey Kuno, got any speed?
Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin.
Yanking my chain, aren't you, kid?
Don't be yanking your shit in front of the Kuno. Kuno's always serious, always rolling. Big kilo, but you ain't getting any. Get the fuck off.
Belying the act, he's actually telling the truth. Or at least 0.00001% of it. He has a little speed. He's just not giving it to you.
I don't want to let him know that I found his shack, so I'm just gonna leave.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Yeah, whatever. There's a birdhouse in the tree.
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion by autopsy. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Tell me, who are you, dead man? What exactly is a field autopsy? No, let's try and get in his head. I'm gonna fail it again. That's alright.
I'm gone.
Where have you gone?
Into the wild pale yonder.
Took the highway south. Where's that?
In the past. Way out in the west.
Never mind. Interesting. I mean, just looking at all of these images, I imagine that if they connect, it would look like some kind of crazy Hieronymus Bosch triptych. Just of crazy images and stuff. I bet that's really cool.
What was that, pale yonder? Do you know what the pale is?
I do know what the pale is, but let's ask you because I'm stupid.
It spooks me out.
Why does it spook you
The
out?
corpse is silent. The nose in the middle of his face is swollen. So are his cheeks. His lips are motionless.
Oh, really? It has a statue. That's pretty sick.
The pale corpse. Of course you did. You question lover.
So you're gone, but who are you?
I'm a joke. Look at me.
You are now, but who are you when you were alive?
A killer. A motherfucker.
Like, proper fucked?
And a killer.
Whose mother?
Go ahead, Coppo. What do you mean?
What's happening? I'm talking to you.
It's the power of your...
Black, frothy liquid starts bubbling on its lips.
Imagination.
Whoa!
Go ahead. Ask me more questions.
Why do I love questions so much?
You fucking love questions. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions?
Give me a comical amount of questions.
Right up.
Ooh!
Copperoonie, Rooney. The This is getting upbeat now.
I like this. It's silly. Is my name Rooney?
Fuck no. You're no Rooney.
I do strike myself as a Rooney.
No, you don't. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry.
Why do I feel like I've forgotten something terrible? Because you have. Yeah. Jinx. He's probably sitting there like, what the hell are you thinking about right now? We need to autopsy this man. But you're just standing... Because he's probably just standing there with a blank expression on his face. Or actually, he's probably like thinking back and forth, like having a conversation with himself.
Love did me in, Provocopo. It was love all along.
Which was it that killed you, love or communism? Huh? You said love killed you, but when you fell down, you said it was communism.
You're misquoting me, Rooney. I said communism killed me. Love did me in.
Alright, fine, whatever.
You really need to learn the difference, buddy.
Shut up, rhetoric. Can you ask me a question?
Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this?
Because there was a check for it. What?
Looking at my face, motionless. Looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating my murder?
I don't have anything else to do. This case is all I have because he told me to, not toward Kim. Maybe this will lead to something indescribable, unforeseen, miraculous?
Ha!
The clown lips on the corpse appear to smile. Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can feel it in the air, on your hands. The cold spring air smoothing them over.
Thanks, Hobo Cop, for giving me the shivers.
Do I remind you of someone?
Shut up.
A child born with Muller's disease, Harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
A baby affected with Harlequin.
You sure wriggled out of that one, Coppellini. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Too late.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers...
No, they didn't. There's a lot of those audio glitches.
Corpus Mundi is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Et puis descend, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
Wait, 18,000 or 18 kilometers? 19 kilometers? That's a really tall mountain. Like, really tall. Holy moly. Yeah? They give me interfacing. Why don't you know? What use are you? Wait, what?
There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity.
I don't know, what do you mean?
I mean when I need you to. Until then, I should handle physical contact, and you should take notes.
You just fill this in, right? Show him the red field autopsy form in your ledger.
That's right.
Okay.
The dead man stares in silence as
Oh,
you
wait.
crack open
Never
the
mind.
ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with
Begin. 1. Assistant.
That's you.
Right? The initials HDB. Okay.
the corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The next box says
Corners. Case number.
KK57 dash 0803 dot 0815.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date 0803 and time of arrival 0815 on the scene. He's indexed the case after himself, not you.
All right. I was like, that doesn't match the time at all.
That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
Shouldn't he file the coroner's case under me? Technically, I arrived at the scene before you.
And what would that make the alphanumeric?
HDB 41 0803. Help me out with the time of day, anyone? 10:15. It's understated.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I do. KK57 dash 05.
Fine.
Next. NA. Next.
Date of birth.
NA.
Okay.
Roughly 50.
We're allowed to do that?
Try 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
I'm gonna write approximately 42.
He nods.
All right.
Mondial.
Okay.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mwindi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish.
Whitish.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Fucky, fucky!
Sex. Race goo. Yep. Little monster exclaims energetically.
Male.
Pigs can have sex.
Right, fucky fucky. Right, pig's gonna have sex. Oh man, I kind of want to.
Naively, the lieutenant does not double-check your notes.
We're still going with March 4th. 51.
Okay.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens, motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Evidence of treatment.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
Oh, that's right, it is. So, whenever they get the report that says sex fucky fucky, they're gonna be like, Kim, what the hell is this? And be like, oh man, he got me again. What exactly is treatment anyways? I'm not sure. Didn't the footprints look like he was carried over? Agreed, no treatment. I'm not sure. What's next?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
Not sure. Didn't
They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for untrained dockworkers.
places his hand on the dead man's chest, as if in preparation.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then...
We should start the post-mortem.
Yep, love and communism killed him and did him in, apparently.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
Enough!
Come back later, Corporal. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento
There we go.
mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
External examination summary.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think. Let's see.
He turns the body onto its side to check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
Hey everyone, I'm processing.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else.
When am I gonna get them?
Patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity. After the
Oh, look at
lieutenant
that.
has gone
Windows
to
all
sleep.
like...
I hope this has helped you, my
window.
lad.
So...
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design.
I don't need to go through the window. I don't know why I pointed that out. Because I could just like walk over here after Kim goes to bed. And like cut this guy's legs off to get the boots. Anyhow, write it down.
Tattoos.
He stands up, feet planted on either side of the body.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a national pattern. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini.
Write it down.
The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end.
Write it down.
Well nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Touch the corpse's hair before moving on.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch, wet.
Stroke it gently.
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to the latex of the glove, like thread off a rag doll's head. There must be brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil.
Write it down, adding the brilliantine. Keep petting him. Let's make it
More
weird.
hair sticks to the glove. Hair off the rain-soaked head of a dead man. There are bumps and dips on the skull below. An alien landscape. For a fraction of a second you feel something. An irregularity. But then it's gone. Too minute to register in your mind.
Is that a bump?
What was what? Brilliantine. There's brilliantine in his hair.
Fine.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Hey Kuno, we're talking about you.
Fucking low velocity. You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
I don't really feel like I need to lionize Kuno here. Let's just...
You
Oops,
get
my
your
finger
mark.
slipped. Lieutenant produces a small folding knife, with the other hand pulling on the belt. Starts to cutting into the polyester. The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
Well, guess what? I have those chain
You've got
cutters.
just the right tool for that.
Yeah.
The chain cutters.
Oh yeah, I'm prepared. Pet the chain cutters. Good things we got those chain cutters.
The hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose.
Always good to think ahead. Now,
He points to the rope squeezing the dead man's neck.
we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
Hold on, I have...
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
Probably not.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Maybe I will. Look for a good spot to cut.
The belt is equally tight around
I
the
didn't
whole
realize that'd be physical
circumference
instrument.
of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east.
Okay. Figured that would be a interfacing check because I'm using a tool. Okay, guess not. Guess not. Fair enough.
The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there.
Oh.
Steady now.
There it is.
Like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose.
Alright. Oh,
You
XCOM'd,
jam the cutters
alright.
right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. Already they're buried deep in the man's flesh. Then you rotate them to get a better hold. Then
Fuckity
the
fuck.
lieutenant looks by, somewhat worried as you summon power words to your aid.
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck that faggoty. Corpse fucking time.
Told you my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
Steps in and takes the chain cutters from you. Alright, let him cook.
He sinks the cutters into the knot, preparing to perform the cuts, with his elbow to his knee for precision.
Ooh, can I get that as a technique?
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
I did my part. I shot him down. Remember, everybody, if you can't do something yourself, it's important to recognize it and ask for help when you need it. That's the moral of the story right here.
Here.
He hands you the chain cutters back and then kneels closer to the body, running his finger along the dark red groove until he comes to a gap.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck, on the nape. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters.
Write it down.
Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia.
Pulls down the man's underpants. Uh-oh, Kuno S is gonna go nuts right now.
No, it's gonna happen. See.
Oh, I'm glad that I've earned more respect from you, Morg. Kim's just such a cool guy.
I fucking knew it.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Inspect the genitals.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch.
Alright.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
Sounds like a lifetime of fighting.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars.
Write it down.
Last item. Hands.
He takes the man's right hand in his, inspects it, then moves on to the other hand.
The hand feels heavy, filled with decay liquids, like it's ready to explode if squeezed hard enough. You're suddenly repulsed, so much so you feel compelled to drop it.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
Were we expecting any?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done.
Alright, now
What
for
next?
the really good smelling part.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
I don't know. The tarot reference here with the Hanged Man? Maybe? I'm not seeing it, though. I don't know.
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
If I may add the moral of this story...
What would that be?
He looks at you inquisitively.
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
The brain is very vulnerable to compromises in its blood supply.
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer.
Lieutenant grins. Alright.
Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue.
I mean, fair enough. The Hanged Man is a very
Highly
low-hanging...
Let's see.
Hanging fruit, though.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous. You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house at night.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact.
Write it down.
Respiratory system.
Oops. Back hunched as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force. Both hands are used.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
Let's take a look.
No scream. No sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his.
Are we going to contaminate the crime scene again? Let's go.
It's hard.
Oh.
Once more, you taste stomach acid in the back of your throat. A contraction. Your throat pumps a little something from your stomach and into your mouth. You're forced to swallow just to keep looking. Inside, you see darkness. Just a mess of meat and darkness.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
The lieutenant repeats impatiently. He lets go of the jaws and the mouth snaps shut before you.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
Why? Don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
He looks at the corpse's stomach with a mixture of tiredness and disgust.
Hepato means liver, and biliary, the gallbladder and bile ducts.
Am I an expert in those things? The answer is going to be no, but let's ask anyways.
Nothing in your alcohol-soaked memory directs to having forensic expertise on either one.
Neither am I.
I don't think so. That's it?
That's it.
Okie dokie.
Same for toxicology and serology. NA.
Both?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there?
Well...
Reservoirs? No, but do they take obscure trivia and odd tidbits?
Would obscure tidbits and odd trivia fit the fields?
No.
Okay, fine. The completionist in me wonders if there's something we can still
Like
do.
a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
Okay.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
He breathes a sigh of approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. He looks around to the ground. The pool of feces there.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
He touches the corpse's bloated lower abdomen briefly. Write it down and keep the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of injuries summary.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
It does add glass.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
What about the injuries we inflicted?
Oh, so we inflicted them?
This is a team
you mean
effort.
The incision on the thorax from a chain cutter? That was not a team effort, and I wouldn't mention it. Muddies the water.
Waters are muddy enough.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
Hey, we just got some Kuno points.
Why don't you fuck him if you love him so much?
Now, injuries.
Bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
Beneath the description, there are 2 boxes waiting to be ticked. This is bite marks. Non-fatal postmortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
I wonder if I'm getting lots of points for... No, I'm not. Okay. This really isn't moving the needle on anything.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Write it down.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath the description of injury, 2 boxes.
Non-fatal.
Right. Next?
What's the 4th box for?
Nothing. Just in case.
Okay.
The corpse lay slouched to the side, oblivious to its surroundings. The field autopsy form describes his state in 3 parts.
All right. Bite marks.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible. Think for a moment. There's time. Don't rush.
Hold on. See, hemorrhaging on the skin above and below the ligature mark. Death and response. Is this a trick question? I feel like it's a trick question, because, I mean, he got hauled here by all these people, and they hanged him up here. But how did he die if he didn't get hanged? Or if it wasn't during the hanging? My hunch tells you he was probably killed somewhere else and brought here, or killed in a different way here. Well, I guess since they carried him, he was probably killed somewhere else. And I'm getting backseated into doing it, so non-fatal postmortem. Lieutenant falls silent abruptly.
Why do you say that?
Serious, I don't think this is the injury that killed him.
Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal?
Armored as hand tie. A big man like this would tie his hand. I would tie his hands when marching him to the gallows. I mean, yeah.
Honestly, I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrist. That part got blurry for me. The stench.
That's
But you're
okay.
right,
Morg's
I
been
was
backseating
ready
me
to
too.
call
It's
this.
fine.
Now I think we should leave it.
I don't
in,
have a
at
strict
least
no
for the time
backseating
being.
rule. I do prefer to just kind of like blindly grope my way through these games, but yeah.
Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
How'd it go?
It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But, personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success. We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath. We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy. I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg.
Oh, that's right. It's in my inventory.
For processing.
Takes a look at the dead man one more time, then at the slip of red paper in his hand, then at the corpse again.
You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse. I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
I don't know why I was looking at this. Oh, send the victim's body to processing. Once you're done with it, send the corpse to processing, take care of it. Check twice to see whether you're done with the corpse-related tasks. Yeah, I'm not sending it away until I try and get those boots. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can increase my perception in any way. Yeah, I did feel a little bump on the head and some other stuff. Let's see. Do we have any perception stuff? Nope. 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 Oh, that would have been maybe been helpful there. That's okay. Do you have any negative perception stuff? No. We'll see.
In the morning light, the white on blue police livery on the motor carriage cannot but catch your eye.
Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Wasn't I supposed to
do something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. This is a Caprice Kanema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Kanema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds, and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour.
Want to roll over in the first sharp corner?
The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Kanema effectively a mobile power plant.
This tech talk is really rubbing me the right way here.
Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
I don't like your machine, Lieutenant. It looks impractical. Shrug motor carriage, one of many.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look?
What's it packing there? A fine machine.
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
Whoa.
Man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR-18GU engine on the old Caprice 40.
Is that a 7-liter V12?
7.2. Supercharged.
The lieutenant is trying to suppress a smug smile, unsuccessfully.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up.
Why is
Slam it
electrochemistry
down.
in this one?
Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot.
Need to slam it, King. Make it even more imposing. Have you ever thought about switching to helium headlights?
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first.
Ooh, buddy cop stuff. If we ever get this case solved, maybe we can do it together?
Maybe. Yes, definitely maybe.
Definitely maybe. We're in there.
That means no.
No. Okay, let's move on. Making friends. Oh, there's another trucker down here.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Probably better than Harry's body odor.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Save the economy? What are you talking about?
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco.
Doesn't make any sense. Why exactly does the economy need saving?
Look around, officer. You see all these premium goods just sitting there, not getting bought? We've got to keep the flow of goods moving.
What?
Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children?
Gotta save mother economy, but I don't have children, I think. It's just nature. Powerful economics expand, weak economies go extinct. This economy is really a distraction from the cultural issues, you know, this and that. I just want to buy some clothes.
Too bad, officer. Kids make it all worthwhile. Without kids, who's going to be around to enjoy the economy? Don't let me stop you. Open the box and browse a little.
Okay.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places. The box smells like cat piss or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport. All in different typefaces.
Alright, sounds good,
Good
sounds
choice,
good.
officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
Kosher and shivers. Let's leave that for now. There's another box over here.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, ultra serious.
I can see you with taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Inspect the sneakers, inspect the speakers. I like that.
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those
50
sneakers are the
real?
latest found
What?
sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Do you think I made a money?
Only? That's madness. Fun, Ultra, we're the future. You remember the slogan from some magazine? These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found Ultras atop them. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, Solidarity Aid from the People's Republic of Samara. The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
Poor little speakers.
No, don't pity them, officer. These are old Samaran garbage. Don't even look at them. Check out these super cool, fun Ultras instead.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Can I just buy the sad conquered Samaran speakers?
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
But that's why I want them. I think I might be lo-fi socialist junk myself.
No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale.
You don't know what I am. I don't even know what I am. I want the speakers.
Well, if you want them... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground.
But you wear them on the ground. Whatever, man.
If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Damn, so you have to buy the sneakers first.
Oh man, look at this box.
There's a pile of cheap
No!
sunglasses
Actually, hold on.
in a small box. A variety of shapes and colors.
Didn't realize
You
this was part of the shop too.
sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
The vendor takes a pair of sunglasses and sticks them under your nose.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take you seriously with these things on your face.
Good news, they already don't.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you.
Electrochemistry minus logic,
through,
huh?
officer.
The shades of self-destruction.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun.
But
Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
I think I have something that is reducing conceptualization. Never mind, I have something that is increasing conceptualization. Never mind. Well, whatever, let's try this check.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100%.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh?
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep
Oh, is it
the
really?
sun out of your eyes
Okay.
while you're shooting criminals.
6
Bang, bang.
real.
And all for a mere 6 real.
Hey, at least it might actually offer some protection against the sun. Not like those cheap plastic shades.
Can a firefight something we should be prepared for?
I hope not.
He says, looking up from his browsing.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shit.
Gimme.
Sporty and practical, officer. Good
Actually, I
choice.
need perception, so that works. I need money. Hobo cop needs money. Maybe there's money in this garbage can. Or in that manhole. Probably not. It's 40 cents. So this gives me reaction speed minus rhetoric. Oh, this is actually just straight better. Hey, look, the bridge is up. I think I already checked this garbage can. Oh wait, can I walk across this?
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted. The sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open, and thus out of order.
What is Samaran butter?
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it. Goat milk butter. The Samaran terrain makes it easier to raise goats than cows, and the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other nations' diets. It's an acquired taste.
Okay. So I am losing some visual calculus from something. Oh, Masovian socioeconomics. Yeah, I'm not dropping that. Okay, well, we're just gonna hope for the best here.
A crumpled the sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock. Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle. These look like the same tire tracks I saw earlier, in front of the whirling rags.
Oh man, did they... The Dukes of Hazzard did this, didn't they?
Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour. The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack. The panel served as a takeoff ramp. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal.
I gotta be careful here, someone might steal my pants. Keep your eye out on a freakishly tall blonde kid. I hear he's a habitual offender.
The Samaran butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently.
How recently?
Within the past 72 hours. Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast.
What's the model of this phantom vehicle?
There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22.
Like Caprice 40.
It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage. The Caprice 40 is a very popular model, with bank clerks, topping pie delivery drivers, secondary school teachers, cops, strippers dressed as cops, undressed strippers. Very sturdy but light motor carriage, more likely than most to survive that jump. The Linear G22 is not a particularly popular model due to its peculiar proportions, which the manufacturer's design team probably thought about for too long.
What now?
You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure. The lieutenant looks on, waiting for you to wrap up your analysis.
Any theories about what happened here?
Looks like someone was in a real hurry, reckless traffic hooliganism, some top shelf shenanigans. I want to meet the driver and shake his hand.
What kind of car do you think it was?
More than likely it was a Capri 40.
That's quite likely, from what I can tell.
I have some ideas about who it might have been. I actually don't know.
We're not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
Oh, I am aware of the existence of Jacob Iru. I'm glad I thumbed through that book.
Somewhere in the depths of your alcohol-addled soul, you find a few threads that you can weave into a story.
Could only have been Jacob Iru.
The tip-top tourney champion?
After the untimely death of a dear friend, fellow racer Alfie Delatraz at Fjordhammer, Jacob Iru was desperately chasing death on the racetrack, but death eluded him.
The lieutenant patiently listens to the words coming from your mouth.
After quitting in frustration, he became a recluse, a ghost driver searching for death on the streets of Revachol, speeding.
Jumping canals at night? If I was Jacob Irv, I wouldn't drive in Martinez. The roads are awful.
Well, that's part of the thrill.
In conclusion, it's a colorful theory, but I don't believe Jacob Irv did this. Should we go?
No. We need to find Jacob Iru before before tragedy strikes. No. I want the side quest.
If we must.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Oh, I see. I see now. I see what's going on.
You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation.
Lieutenant hums to himself while staring at your activities.
A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning? You pull the lever, nothing happened. A spring brings the... Wasn't there a sign?
Good morning to you, officers.
He has a knife!
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
First things first, what are you doing here, man on the waterlock?
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company and eating his salami.
Okay.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Very good
Wait,
stuff.
wasn't Barry the Butcher
Anything I
like
can
a
do for
serial
you,
killer
officer?
in Full Metal Alchemist that got fused to a suit of armor? The answer is yes, it is, because that's exactly what his name was. Anyhow. The man on the waterlock picks the skin off a slice of salami and takes a sizable bite. Do you know what caused his wreckage?
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Revachol.
Tell me more.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
What's with the lever that does nothing?
It's supposed to operate the waterlock, but as noted, it's all junk right now. Disabled because of the blockage.
Why is it disabled?
Safety measure. Turns out the panel needs a special key to be reactivated. Wouldn't want anyone moving the waterlock with debris still in
Could
the
add it to my
channel.
keychain with the trash compactor key.
It'll be restarted on Wednesday morning. You want to do the honors when the time comes?
Hell yeah.
Great! Just drop in on Wednesday if you want to see the waterlock at work. They say the canal crew will be here at 7:15.
Gets a fresh slice from his
The
salami.
coast part of the map is inaccessible until the 3rd day.
Fine. What's further down the coast?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it.
He thinks for a moment.
Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
Oh, I didn't see that option. Could I have some of that salami?
Sure thing.
He cuts off a slice of salami.
It is salty.
Oh,
it
hey!
is savory. It is chewy. The hangover only makes the salami more tasty.
Thank you, kind stranger.
Want some too, officer?
Turns to the lieutenant.
Why not?
The lieutenant ponders the offer for a moment, then decides to go for it. He takes a slice of salami from the man and chews on it. Thanks, bye. Let's see. I ate something
You see
besides
rows of toy
booze.
soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks, the kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
These are Franco-Nigerian cavalry, right?
I used to be very serious about my Franco-Nigerian knights.
Looks at the dusty figurines in the dim light. Oh, he does miniatures. Nice.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Wait, this looks like Rene, the old guy who was playing petanque.
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
I feel like this is going a direction that I don't want it to go.
You're
Anyhow.
probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers. Revolutionary soldiers.
Oh, I found him the other day. This is...
I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
It's meant to give people hope. Even we can do it, and the contrast is meant to be disheartening, as it ought to be. It's impossible to win against cohorts of capital. Ask my friend Gart, whose bitch it made me. Wish it was more nuanced as it stands. I cannot comment.
Maybe.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
What's this?
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head.
He points to the decapitated figurine.
50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
You know, much as I'd like to buy that, not right now.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
Is that a streetlight?
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he has nothing to hide.
Where'd you get this?
It was brought to me to be altered.
Okay.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property.
He leans in so the pawnbroker doesn't hear him.
You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
He pauses, studying the light. How much for the street light?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
Would you ever mind if there's one like that on every corner? Even taking into account the risk of obtaining the light, that seems a bit steep. 700 sounds about right. I imagine it wasn't easy sawing off that street light.
The light has undergone 3 transformations, and every transformation, large or small, has a price tag.
He rests his elbows on the counter and brings his face closer to the glass. What do you mean, transformations?
Well, there are the cost of removal and rewiring.
Throws you a look of weary patience.
The most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
Okay, that checks out.
Okay, there's a t-shirt in here.
What a shirt. All other shirts pale in comparison to the muscular man with antlers and immense Zweihanders.
It's not bad.
Welcome to Hyundal, officer.
Oh yeah, my authority is terrible. Authority checks don't exist. Just remember that. I'm gonna keep this one on for now, just cause. But if I ever need to pass a physical instrument or shivers test, I'll equip that. Because yeah, my authority is already -2, so I wonder if I should dump stuff into that. Traffic hooligan. Close the water lock. Okay. 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 And the little guy gets smaller and smaller as you rise above the dollhouse world. You see him out in the snow on the streets, in the shop on the corner, and finally in a matchbox house, sitting by the window, white flowers on the windowsill. You can smell them from up here. It's awful. A white morning. A modern death. Divorce or something similar. All you can do is put more distance between you and him and make him smaller. Make him less you. Hey, Motorix learning cap and additional zoom out distance. It's kind of neat. Does placement matter? Because I'm noticing that there's like zappy lines going between stuff. Okay. Good. It's kind of interesting that this one has no negative effect. Oh, wait. Hey, my authority's only negative, or it's 0 now. We're neutral on authority. Whoop. Alright. I think I've looked at everything in here. I haven't talked to him. Let's talk to him.
If you don't mind, please put the flashlight away. Some of us have photonic sensitivities.
Photonic sensitivity is not generally acknowledged by the medical establishment.
Alright, sorry about that.
I do appreciate it.
We'll be Gordon Freeman for a minute.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop.
The man at the counter turns to you slowly.
What can I do for you?
Now that the RC, Have you had any trouble?
I
lately?
haven't had any problems myself, though some of my customers have complained about inconsistent law enforcement.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals,
Oh, really? You don't
travellers,
just walk around with the
people
flashlight
looking
out all
for
the
a
time?
deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored.
I'm glad I do, because then I can see these cool reactions.
As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Quite a collection indeed. Typical vacuous consumerist objects. Honestly, I think some of your selections are more tasteful than others. This business plan is all over the place. You should specialize, zoom in, and recapitalize.
It keeps me entertained.
He responds, unimpressed with your critique.
He's well composed, but underneath it you sense psychedelic processes bubbling. Some kind of drug, maybe.
Is Roy high? And if yes, then what is he on? It says prices are strange, odd brain activity, composure, noticed psychedelics.
Let me have a look.
Need to check my pockets.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I can sell his handkerchief. Okay, question. Is any of this stuff plot relevant? Like, if I sell any of this stuff, is it going to prevent me from getting anything in the future? Okay. I'm thinking this
Anything
postcard
else
at
you're
least is
thinking of
probably
selling?
pretty safe to sell. The hanky, I'd feel a little bit guilty because it was a gift from my good friend, Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Okay. I'll hold it for now.
Another time, perhaps.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Parolidon. It's tough to come by on the street.
What's that?
A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
So, where does a man get Parolidon these days?
How would I know?
No judgment, just curious. I probably did loads of that and...
I've had to take it. You know, since the People's Pile cleanup. I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade.
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
The People's Pile? What's that?
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing
Oh boy, get
affordable
ready to get sad.
electricity
I'm
to
ready.
underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too.
Yay.
The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator that failed immediately after entering service, releasing radioactive waste into River Esperance.
Nuclear meltdown. Noise.
A primitive nuclear reactor, also called a pile. Construction began during the Commune of Revachol. The people continued work on it after the Commune fell. They wanted a cheap source of energy for Revachol West. Needless to say, things didn't work out.
Why did it fail?
An emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine, taking the fuel containment vessel up in the explosion. Both the faulty design and lack of finances contributed to the catastrophe.
Tell me more about this emergency relief brigade you were part of.
We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized, tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
On the patch, gamma radiation lines crossed with a red drop of blood.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick.
He looks at the spiraling light and stops. Must have been tough, radioactive cleanup.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, an early death, cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
Whose fault was it that the generator failed?
No one's. Everyone's.
He sighs and shakes his head.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
That you end up running a pawn
The
shop.
cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
Thank you for telling me.
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
You ever think about the traffic menace on the loose?
Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive.
I mean, I know why he doesn't drive, but didn't you hear it when the traffic menace drove over your
Now
roof?
that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the shop, and then moving on.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
The vortex sounds fascinating. Does that mean you don't have any idea who the driver was? I can understand how you'd mistake Jacob Irv for a powerful electric vortex.
Jacob Irv? The great tip-top champion? Yes, yes.
Do you think it may have been Jacob Irv who drove over your roof?
It's a logical explanation. I felt within that thunderous crash a soul plunged into chaos.
Do you happen to have any guns like the one carried by the officers of the civilians militia?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh God. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
Wait, I sold you my gun?
You
bought my gun? That's actually the bigger problem here.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
Was the buyer a policeman too?
She didn't seem like a policeman. Although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the Citizens Militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Oh, we have Superstar Cop. Dun, dun, dun. Maybe she's a vigilante, wants to prove she can do our jobs better than we can. I don't like it either. What if she intends to commit a crime?
In that case, she'll be happy to get a visit from us, if we can find her.
He looks around worried. Yeah, give me that Superstar Cop point. Oop. Any idea where I can find this
My
buyer?
apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
Can you describe her for us?
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
Of course. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
He doesn't know anything.
He's been by the shop a couple of times.
He gives a half lazy shrug.
There
Lazy
was
half
something
shrug, whatever.
awfully deliberate about that laziness.
Why do I feel like you don't want to talk about him? Are you hiding something? Did you discuss union business with you? Did you buy anything? I have other questions about this.
They weren't the most pleasant interactions. Small town bigwigs always want everyone to play a part in the play they're staging. But I bowed out at some point. I prefer to watch from afar while the bigwigs come and go.
The forewoman before ever disappeared.
It was all very strange. That forewoman was more pleasant than Evrard. But I guess it's all the same in the end. He tried. Wanted to come to some mutually beneficial agreement around my dealings with the dock workers. I politely declined to hear him out.
So you don't know what kind of arrangements he was talking about?
Lieutenant studies a pawnbroker suspiciously.
As I said, I refused to talk to him. That's why he came back a second time. That's also why he hasn't come back a third. He purchased a remarkably garish paperweight the first time he was here. Nothing the second.
He nods reluctantly.
Actually, that's all
I've got. The
got.
pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Sure thing. Sure, man. You said you done it before, yeah?
The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Looks like he doesn't want to get involved. He won't be your knock, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
I tried it once and liked it. I haven't, but don't worry, I can take it. I read the pyro every day.
Every day?
He tilts his
You
head.
look the part.
There you go.
Here you go, man.
Presents a large cap-shaped object in the palm of his hand. Very odd looking. Thanks, man. Take the stuff. Actually, I changed my mind. I don't need it.
I respect your decision, officer. What else can I help you with?
I'll try and keep this sober-ish. Okay, so... gun. Okay. Okay, I've got 4 points. What have we got over here? So we've got the bow collector. We've got motorway south. How's my hand-eye coordination? It's okay. I think I'm gonna start learning the bow collector, because plot, I guess. Okay, so my perception is a little higher than it was earlier. I think I can make that check on the body. Because I got the froggy visor.
The man is decomposing visibly now. Every hour, he looks less like a creature and more like a pile of intestines. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. Your arm reaches out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, dead flesh through the latex glove. It's right under the palm of your hand.
What's this?
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent, all around.
All right. I can see how that would be the case. I wouldn't be surprised if the like plot-specific ones are all like right in the middle. Bubble cop. Anyhow.
They are swollen shut. You need to really push to get in. Only the little one fits. The flesh changes shape as you bore in, searching for something in the cartilage.
The fuck is he doing?
Hear a voice squeak. It sounds very far away.
The thing you're looking for, it's not there. Crawl out, spider. You pick it between your fingers. The mass is even larger than your nose. Very porous somehow. Like it's about to pop. Keep crawling, lest you break it.
Let's get freaky. Put your fingers in his mouth.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop.
Oh, really? Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Play with it. This feels right.
The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, fragile, even through the latex. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums and in the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from his throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened. An abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
Fuck yeah.
Keep going.
Kuno nods, too. He takes a step closer.
Get out of here, Kuno. Touch it with your finger gently.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
Put your finger in.
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
The fuck is happening?
Ah, shit, see?
Brainstem? Feel around for us. Push deeper.
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex.
No, we need ancient reptilian brain.
This man will never sleep again. Never wake. Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. This is what he used to regulate his emotions with.
There's a cavity cut right between the hemispheres.
The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Fucking cavity, see?
Kuno's voice is hushed.
Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow.
Wriggle in.
Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper until you feel it on the tip of your finger.
Found the bullet.
Ice cold serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into
Uh-oh.
your finger.
Feel solid object right under the skull. Let's inspect the
There's
skull
a
first.
tiny crack. A protrusion
Oh, that's
in
what the bump
cranium,
was.
right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it, from the inside. The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium. This is the irregularity you felt before, the one that was too tiny to register consciously.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
The lieutenant leans closer.
Forget about the fucking exit wound, Beano. The pig is wearing him like a fuck puppet.
Can you get to it?
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. It feels sharp, like metal. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just...
Slowly pull your
The
fingers.
inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead.
Fucking beautiful.
A bullet.
The lieutenant puts a small bag marked evidence under it. Drop it in.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
Can I have it?
Of course. You deserve it.
Yeah. Lieutenant drops the bag in your hand. It feels light.
We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput.
Maximum
How does that
velocity.
sound?
Sounds about right.
Opinion, fatal injury.
Goddamn right.
And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3. Ligament mark. Opinion non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
Treatment, officer, is an attempt to manipulate the body after death, to hide the real cause with a false cause.
Logic just said that,
In
but
this
whatever.
case, this injury here.
Points to the mark encircling the corpse's neck.
Yes, and the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
Dead dabba doop doop.
Dead.
Okay.
I have had my doubts since you showed me the tracks. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him, I thought.
Exactly.
There was no satisfying explanation. There have been other signs too. Small things.
Find the
They
bullet
were
before
right
you
not
get
to
fooled.
assign hanging as cause of death, as the perpetrator
Me too, I think.
expected we would. No such luck for them.
I think everybody loves it when Kim plays along.
There is, of course, the very real possibility he was both shot and hanged.
Maybe they just shot him while they hanged him. Who would do this? Why would anyone do this? I think I need to wash myself. Maybe the bullet holds more answers.
Yes, we should take a closer
Oh,
look.
I think I just boring cop that.
I am certain it has more to tell us.
No, I didn't. Alright, cool.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
Oh, you really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
I love how I have a side quest of take a shower. Oh, I took some mental damage? Oh, whoops. Okay.
To put him out of his misery? It's possible, but it does not explain all the other dubious things here.
Lack of struggle.
Primarily. I may be intellectually
That's true.
sloppy,
I bought all
but
that
prefer
magnesium
one
earlier, I'm
theory
good.
at a time. And this just smacks of treatment to me. That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier. To hide something. The real killer, the real motivation, what really happened here. We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day. Work on the case, tend to personal matters.
Oh,
Try not
did
to
I
do
goof
anything
here?
too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
Alright, I'm gonna leave. So, I guess what I'll do is tonight I'll try and steal the boots. And then tomorrow night, like right before bedtime, I'll send Kim out to go, go take the body to the morgue. What'd I get? Oh, I got some stuff. Fractured bullet. I'll look at that in a minute. Oh yeah, that's right. Wash off the death smell. Cool. Alright. What can we do here? Find out where the damn phone line is on this building. Oh hey, the gardener's gone. I had a thought about what to do, but I forget what it was. I guess it wasn't that important. Maybe I'll look at these items, and it's getting kind of late, so I don't think I'm going to start anything super new.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North. Finally, coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found.
What do I do with you, Bullet? The lieutenant steps closer. I said, what do I do with you, Bullet?
Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say find the weapon that shot me.
Good idea.
If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim. In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag.
Gift from a certain source. Yeah, I still need to talk to the labor leaders. I wonder if I can ask them for money. The shopkeeper over here, I can ask her for money. Granted, none of them will probably give it to me, but whatever. Yeah.
You wouldn't ordinarily have cause to handle jacketed bullets. The citizens' militia uses cast bullets only. Little pebbles of metal loaded from the muzzle, usually in a cartridge.
Yeah, I don't imagine she'll give me more money. She'll be like, dude, I gave you a bunch yesterday. No.
The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter. You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard. It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far?
It's a jacketed bullet, close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader like those typically found on the streets of Martinez.
Highly unusual. The people of Revachol haven't carried breech-loading weapons like this for nearly half a century.
Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
Okay, let's see if that mattered. Not enough. Alright. Bullet has nothing more to say. Put it away. Thought cabinet. Oh, derealization, is that a thing that I haven't gotten yet? Oh, jamais vu. XP bonus. Learning caps for intellect goes up by 1. So they mentioned that it was a 50-year-old gun. He fought in the war, and he looks like he would have fought about 50 years ago. I should probably go talk to him about this. Did you get what you needed off the map? It's an interesting firing line they got down there. I did. Oh yeah, I need to find another another bowl at some point. Alright. What about equipment? Nah. Okay. Early on the map? Oop. Buttons, what do they do? I'm lost. Oh, on the... Okay, gotcha. Alright, guys. I think that's going to do it for me tonight. We got some good progress here. We did all the autopsy on the body. We got some more side quests. Got a lead on the gun. We're poor now again. Hooray. Yeah, Delamarx, thanks for hanging out. Morg, thanks for hanging out as well. All you lurkers, thanks for hanging out as well. I'll be back to do some more of this in 2 days' time on... Good night, Dick Mullen. Yeah, right. I have the froggy visor. Everything's great. So yeah, Saturday night I'll be continuing this, 9 p.m. Pacific, so hope to see you all then, and until then, have a good one, guys. See you next time.